y'all doing? Let's see. Doesn't look particularly bullish. That kind of does. I gotta wait. Can you stay away? The SPX seems to like you. Let's see. I'm very orange again. Why does it keep fucking doing that? Alright. Why are we so high? Feud's pumped hard into this morning after yesterday's close. Although it looks like they're failing the tests of the, well, so far they're failing the test at the big 1.75 standard deviation again. Let's see if they fail as hard as they did the last few times. What do you think fueled this little SPX run? Well, the run into the end of the day yesterday was primarily fueled by the buying of hundreds of thousands of 4150 zero GTE calls. Obviously, the overnight run fueled by futures. Well, I think we'll probably fill this gap at some point here. We're kind of, well, see, we're still, SPX is still pretty far south of the 4175 mark. Although I guess those could still be sold. The 4150s are definitely in the money. Interesting. I'm not gonna have any zero DTE data for like 15 minutes or so. I know gamma flip point moved up to like 4127.50. The gamma neutral moved down to 2115.55. It was like 30 cents. How much longer before VIX breaks, do you think? We'll find out. It's at 1693 this morning with not very much of a bounce into open there. NVIDIA no longer has any sell ratings. Ew. Nice. I think I caught whatever sickness you have. Fuck my life. Congratulations. Is May 19th enough theta for SLD? Yeah? I mean, SLD is only the next 3 days, starting tomorrow. Well, 3 days starting after tomorrow. So NVIDIA to 350, you know, because Samsung cut back production. Much bullish, very green, right? I don't know. It's having a small bounce. I'm not really very concerned with it. There's a gap on futures ES at 87. Nice. I can only afford to play SPY, and only far out at that. Is now a good time to look at September puts. We're probably nearing the peak here, at least before SLD. This is kind of the upper range of the remaining interest. And we haven't even, on SPX, we haven't even moved very far into that upper range yet. Honestly would have expected a little, maybe a little more, but I guess not. I think they'll pull back on SPY, like futures into open. Dragged it down from where it would have been. I'm waiting for the 0 GTEs, so I can see if they dumped them in pre-market. I don't know yet. I want to see if they like dumped the 4175s. Big VIX great again. It doesn't look like they dumped too many of them. No. Yes, 42, 77, 50. Change my mind. Just had a chicken and waffle sandwich from a gas station for breakfast. It was amazing. Hopefully the market goes down so I can pay for the doctor's visit for the oncoming food poisoning. Yeah, that sounds actually terrible. Yeah, buddy, dumped the calls at 2x gains this morning. Tripled my put position on SPY. Bring on that sweet call capitulation. Nice, man. You see, Microsoft, owners of ChatGPT, have already developed its own AI chip that can process large language models that are cheaper than the chips it buys. That sounds super bullish for NVIDIA. HSBC upgraded the stock from reduce to buy and up the price target from 175 to 355. And pre-market trading on Tuesday. Okay, that's bullshit. Who was the other upgrade? I think anyone gives a fuck about analyst upgrades. I'm gonna sneeze. Nope. How far can SPY fall during SLD? It's usually about 200 to 300 basis points. What the fuck is a double upgrade? They're just making shit up now. It's just an upgrade. I downgrade NVIDIA to sell with a target of 180. Can someone publish that, please? You can. My NVIDIA puts are fine. They mostly expire in June and September. Jan. I've got all the time in the world to wait out the bulls. Yesterday I went pretty heavy into 4135, 4140 SPX put expiring today. Am I fucked? Not yet. Why would you buy a 1 DTE the day before? I don't want to know. They upgraded the stock, did a spit take, hit the ask, then upgraded it again. Congratulations, investing couch. Good job, popcorn trader. Look at you, shaving those losses down to almost nothing. Is July enough time for SPY 380? I'm thinking I'll have to roll up or up and out this SLD. It might be enough. That's really going to depend on what happens after and the economic data that comes in after SLD. I didn't write the fucking stream card, SciTuba, so I don't give a shit. But yes, I'm aware. It's with an apostrophe is not possessive. It means it is. I buy one TT, but strictly for intraday trades, whether it moves against me or not. Yeah, that makes sense. But buying them and holding a one TT overnight is just throwing away 30% of your contract value. Add the money spy pets for next Friday. A good idea to capture SLD movements, or is more theta better? I'm running a little low on funds. At the money spy puts for next Friday. So 20, that's the what, 28th? I mean, probably not terrible, although I have a feeling that you'll end up taking profits on them today. I'm still waiting to see like more positional information before I buy anything right now. Have you considered a singing career with a raspy voice? Well, my voice doesn't usually sound like this. This is a, a brief condition, I hope. Selling one DTs is the way to make a quick 30%. I mean, they're European exercise, so sort of. I mean, as long as you buy them back the next day. Hey, Greg, on your theory about continuing the stagnation, who's hedging by shorting the treasuries? The swap sellers. It puts the shares in the basket. Did you sing anything by Linda Ronstadt or Marking Close? Thanks, Tani. Do you think we're going to fill the gap today? I don't know yet. Maybe soon. Well, I still need more time to see the new positioning. Has there been any long dated put accumulation? Anyone loading up leap puts? There's some, not leaps, but there's been long, like 519 has a lot of puts. So there's some farther dated leap positioning, but not leaps. The best blues musician this side of the Mississippi River with his hit single "I've Got the Gay Bear Blues." Thanks, Chucky. Did I miss an entry? For what? Recession canceled. No, it's not. It's just getting worse. UK 30-year note auction came in at 4.08% this morning. Oh, shit. Is your put position on NVIDIA your best play yet? Absolutely not. Did you see AI JPAS speech on Wall Street Bets? It was 10 out of 10. No. No, I didn't. I saw the last one, I think. If NVIDIA crosses 280, where might it go? 281? 281 is probably a distinct possibility if it crossed 280. Recessions make stonks only go up. So I've heard. Come on, you can do it. Some Greg Barry here. All this overly bullish pumping makes you think we're going to see a very, very nice dumpy dump for SLD. Big tree fall hard. Patience. Also got my full name back. Sup? What's up, Barry? Big tree do fall hard. But if a tree falls in the forest and no one can hear it, something. Shit in the woods. Yeah, that's the saying. So bond yields are rising along with SPX. So SPX gains are almost 100% limited to 8 stocks. That's like 82.45% limited to 8 stocks. Feels a bit risky. Seems a bit frothy. If the Pope falls in the woods, will a bear shit on it? Why is they what is they pump SPX after hours, then dump it each day during SLD to get 300 BPS, but also fuck my puts? That could happen. Do you think Pickle Jar holding puts has anything to do with the HSBC reevaluation? No. I also don't think NVIDIA should be running because HSBC fucking upgraded it. Canada March inflation rate 4.3%. Interesting. What does SLD for? Supplemental liquidity deposits. If the tree craps in the woods, does it get on you, Gherk? Yes? It's a good question. I don't know. You sound tired. I'm not. My voice is just shot. What if, sorry, still on first cup of coffee? No worries. Is Jimmy destined to chop all week? Probably, yeah. I mean, if SLD goes through, it'll probably stop chopping and just go down. House aims to vote on debt ceiling bill next week. Nice. That'll totally go through on the first pass, right? May QQQ puts or April 24th SPX puts. I mean, the May QQQ puts sound significantly more defensive. Huh. Hmm. Figure is Jimmy Finna stablecoin? No, it's starting to look worse, and arbitrage is beginning to resolve. VIX shorts haven't closed. They never will, Dork. What sort of data or SPX performance would change your mind and make you bullish? Is the entire macro environment going to shift? Here's what would make me bullish. Wage growth becomes consistent with the rate of unemployment. Um, Inflation entrenches at like 3 to 4%, and the Fed accepts it. Core CPI comes down, so that means core CPI needs to come down about 2.5%. The war in Russia and Ukraine ends. Then I'll get bullish. What do you think? What do you think the chances are? Oh, and the yields need to reinvert, uninvert, revert. The yields need to revert. That's my bull case. Hear me out though. Priced in. There's a lot of shit that's priced in right now. Like S&P forward PE of 28. If Valve released Half-Life 3, where would SPX go? It would stay right where it is because Valve's not publicly traded. Trying to explain to people that DRS does not work in a way they want it to. Their argument is still that when all the shares are accounted for, then the MM will have to explain counterfeiting. Getting boring. Yeah, it gets boring really fast. Yeah, the MMs are designated liquidity providers. They don't need to explain counterfeiting. Counterfeiting shares is part of their job. It's also not called counterfeiting because counterfeiting would imply that it was illegal. Counterfeiting is a crime. Supplemental liquidity provisions are a right granted to those licensed to do it, like a bonus. Fun fact, adjectives have secret order known as top, but most no. Quantity, opinion, size, age, shape, color, origin, material, qualifier, noun. One small black dog, not one black small dog. Fun. Yeah, that makes sense. Would you be bullish if all those things did not happen, but NVIDIA offers additional forward guidance with AI used heavily in the language? I mean, they can say AI as much as they want, but eventually they're going to have to explain their 50% capex increase and massive inventories that no one's buying. Do you think GTA 6's sales will be harmed if the game is dropped in a recession? Probably not. You got any SPX data? It looks like it's gonna fail, but the positioning is not looking all that much different. Remember, I don't know how many of those calls in the like 41.75 range are sold versus bought. I might have, yeah, I really don't know. Hold on. I should have 0DTE data now though. Okay, so 41.65, 41.75, 41.70. All still pretty high interest on the 0DTE side. Price is slipping back down into the gap, however. I think we have support at 41.50 before things start to look negative. Well, if we slip below 41.60, which we are, yeah. So our next support's at 41.50, and then the support after that 41.35. The rest of my data kind of points to continued downside here. Maybe we do go down to 41.35 here. It's going to take a minute to update if any like more significant positions are closing. Remember, most of that 41.50 through 4200 call interest is dated for 421. So if that's selling off, it might take me a minute to see it. It doesn't look like it's selling off super hard, but we're getting some decent put accumulation into the lower half of 4100 right now. Finding some supports. Those gonna matter? Maybe not. Futures. Falling back. So futures fall back to the 1.75 sigma mark. Looks like they're failing it. Starting to fail it. This will be important. The futures drives the momentum down here. Fucking SPX calls won't matter. I really don't want Jimmy to hit gamma. It's getting pretty close, I think. Hard to push it over, too. Is there any way to tell if a pre-SLD slide is an SLD sell-off or just chop? Is it down to option selling off versus equities? Pre-SLD slide? No, there's no way to tell. VIX, VVIX, poo tanking? Fuck him. Well, VVIX isn't tanking, but VIX poo is sad. Poo? Oh, Pooh Bear. Saw the Nintendo Cinematic Universe list yesterday. My inner child went nuts. I can't say I'm overly excited for any of those games or like movies. Are they gonna do like what, another Pokemon movie? They've no doubt included the potential for longer term irrationality on the video. What would you take for you to close your positions, temporarily change your mind? No. I don't think there's. I mean, they could turn their earnings around, but that's not happening. Just gotta wait for people to realize what the fuck's going on. Well, large run up into SLD. Do you think the post SLD period can see prolonged downside and not a bounce back? That's very possible, yes. I mean, I'm sure we'll have a period of capitulation following SLD, right? So, like a brief bear rally at some point, but I don't expect the data to get better going into May and the next Fed meeting. What if Nvidia became the official chip supplier of Pringles? I mean, they'll have to if Taiwan gets invaded. I thought information travels faster. How do people not see what's going on? The speed of information and the understanding of it are not highly correlated. I don't know why people think that people don't understand what's going on, that there's no structure to this. This is very structured. This is intentional. I disagree. Disagree about what? I believe the faster information travels, the less people understand. Okay. So you do think there's a correlation between the two? Maybe it's like harder to see it as it goes by because it's moving fast. Yeah, that's fair. How do you feel about 144 hertz monitors? Can you see the frames? The things you're telling me, 30 FPS should be sufficient. I know future dumping. I'm sitting here. I'm a real person. Maybe. Go look at these. Yeah. Future has lost its support a little bit there. Yeah, this isn't. I don't think this is getting more bullish. Big stop hunt, maybe? I take that back. You can stay. VIX seems to get aroused by your voice. Thanks. Confirm shell. This is a pre-recorded stream. How's that possible? 30 to 60 FPS is very noticeable. Diminishing returns after that. When futures hit my mythical target of 4277, well, they failed to hit the mythical target of 4200. So that seems less likely right now. Did you ever wear your VWAP hat in public? Visiting New York City in May, and I'll be looking around for it. Absolutely fucking not. Matter of fact, when I got in public, I take the mask off. You wouldn't even know me. Soft landing. Hmm. No, I think there's still more downside here. Taylor Swift is in New York City. She is single. Shoot your shot. Nah, I'm all right. Can you whisper VIX? I haven't whispered VIX. Take the mask off? What next? You're going to say the selling in the money CCs? That you can sell in the money CCs and the IRS doesn't know about it? The IRS doesn't care about it. Well, your broker doesn't care about it. So then the IRS never cares about it. But now that I've said that on the internet, they'll start caring. No, they won't. You're shadow banned. That's true. Don't pull a Shrekeli. How is that pulling a Shkreli? Like, what? Don't buy a biotech company and jack up the prices of their drugs? When is the next OI update? Reckon they still want their 4175s? And whether they want them or not might be irrelevant. You know, we found support here at 4150. If the sell-off continues, which it may, there's a decent amount of put volume today. It's not ridiculous. It's not as high as it was yesterday, but it's moving up. Oh shit. I was muted. I've been a small strangle. Yeah, I just read that, but I was muted. I wish you the best, Marpo. I hope it kills it. Wishes futures dropping and SPX chopping. I heard you with my heart. Thank you, Arugus. Changed my headphones. I thought my wireless ones died. Is there enough points to confirm that Moss is in an upward channel on the daily? And is the daily a good data set to look at? Yeah, daily's fine. Moss should be. What secrets did you reveal to us in silence? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't say crazy shit to me. Sound back. So this is how you turn 5K into $1 million in a month, and I won't repeat it again. I think Jen shushed you. Ah. There is no SLD. Laughs in mute. The thing is that the thing I don't like about SLD is that people think it's something it's not. And I can't tell them any different because they're convinced it's that thing because of the effect that thing creates. What do you mean? Well, everyone thinks SLD is like a period of, institutions selling off, holdings in order to make deposits, right? But it's really just a period where deposits are due. And that has nothing to do with when they sell their holdings, right? They could sell their holdings last week. They could sell them, 3 days from now. They just have to make the deposits during that period. And because the market's over leveraged, we see an effect on equity prices during that period, right? Because they want to hold that leverage until the last possible second. But that can change, right? And relying too heavily on the effect that is propagated by those deposits is going to end up leading someone getting burned at some point, and probably badly. Anytime anything has a lot of consistency in the market, it leads to people losing a lot of money. Snapchat eligible to join the S&P 500 suddenly? Really? Do you remember the FINRA SLD code? That SLD code? You mean that's like margin settlement guide, or what SLD code? You're muted on Discord. Why the fuck am I muted everywhere? So because historically there's been some correlation, is it less likely in a bull market? Probably less likely in a true bull market. They could sell them in a house. They could sell them to a mouse. They could sell them from a crane. They could sell them down a drain. They get SLD without notice, and most of us don't know this. Oh, God. What are the fuck it's called for me to read and share? I don't know what you're asking for. You need to be more specific. Jimmy's gonna hit 30 and destroy all my covered calls. Yeah, I don't think so. Not today. I hate you? Not really. I yearn for you. Those are very different feelings. I've been wondering this for a while, and since I like to sound smart, I haven't asked. Can SLD also trigger closing a profitable short as to lower liability on margin balance? It's less likely to see the closing of profitable shorts, but it can. Yeah. You'd probably close your profitable shorts before opening your or selling off your long positions, right? Why did SPY 413 0 DTEs just rocket? I don't know. Good morning. Can you summarize the daily DD for the 5th time today instead of me taking the time to read it myself? No thanks, Wessels. Oh, getting even choppier today. Nvidia's gonna keep going up and destroy my puts. Okay. Oh, I should have said he's inflicted with Kenny's cancer. Who is? Can you educate me as to why you're not moving up your stops here on your 0 DTEs? I think this is going to fail, and I don't want to get stopped out of them. That should make sense. I'm not gonna read that. That was terrible, Brett. I read the good one. Was there solar news or something? I don't think so. What is the report guidelines that outline the requirement for SLD? Actual documentation written by the industry, and where can I read up on it? You want the FINRA settlement guide. I think the last edition's like 2022. Well, it might not be 2022. There's revisions to it, which aren't going to be included with the guide. No problem. I locked in more 0 DT SPX put gains, letting a few ride out. Thanks, Kirk. No problem. Congratulations. Jesus. Ooh. That still looks pretty shitty. Yes, starting to fail. Who's propping this shit up? There we go. Get fucked. Jesus. So that's why I wasn't moving my my stops up. Because 200% gains greater than 100% gains. I'd like to see 40-50 on SPX by the end of the week. Stock God, that is all. Appreciate you. No problem, man. Congrats. What if it doesn't, Odorous? What if the hunt is done? Stop doing that. $41.40 next support. I think 41.30. 41.35 is the next support. There's like a little resistance at 41.45, 41.40, but it's very minor. The fuck? Oh, sorry about that. It's in the daily Lost Souls. Oh, 41.70 on futures. Still looks pretty bearish. Yep. I feel the most I've learned in my time here is celebrate the gains after you've locked them in and not before. If it's worth screenshotting, it's worth selling. I only got 143% gains. Sad. I'm sorry to hear that, Cobra. Gork, quit biffing the stream. I'll try. Charlatan 789. Welcome to Zillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. $300%? 320%. That's a good start. I hope you get 3,000% on this today. That'd be cool. Nope, I got stopped. That was a fun ride. I guess I got this one I can fuck around with now. Yeah, this one I'll probably just wait on. Ooh, gold's rocketing again. Let's see. Oil back down around like 80, 81. I think this is going to go down again, but small bounce. I'm finding a little bit of support here. Futures too. Yeah. Futures also finding a little support. Just below 41.70. Copper? I'm not watching Copper's spot. Is it up? Um, no, 35. Um, Interesting. More downside? I think so. I just don't know how far it's gonna pull back first. I don't fully trust it yet. These are getting more bearish. Yes. Okay, ES is still struggling with the support here at like 41.65. I don't know if that's going to break down. It generally doesn't act as support in the past. 41.50 has been support. 41.60 has been support, but I don't think it's, yeah. Maybe bounce up, retest 41.70, 41.75 before it fails. I think. Yeah, I give it a few minutes. I wouldn't rush anything. Gorik, I did like Dork. Did you nail the downside? Stopped out with 220% gains. Nice, man. Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome. I have puts for Friday on QQQ up 80%. I can't sell until tomorrow because I'll get PDT flagged. Oh, shit. That sucks. Well, at least you have till Friday. Bananas? What are you talking about? Fuck? Not you, Space Banana. Well, maybe you? I don't know. Did you say something? Let me see how positioning's moved around here. There's no way that didn't prompt some sell-offs. A little bit. Looks like the 41.70, 75 levels sold off pretty hard. 41.50 is still fine. 41.65 still pretty high. We still have resistance to the downside. Well, maybe not. I mean, if we fall below 41.35, we might test the gamma flip point, I guess. But we haven't done that yet. Look at the VIX getting stuffed again. Well, it dropped. I thought it was some code word between you and Dork. My bad. I have no idea what you're referring to. Was there some sort of mention of bananas? Rick of Spades? We were talking about the papaya indicator. That's not a thing. Lotto tickets for 41.20? I mean, those expire this Friday. I don't really know if they're lotto tickets. I made money is definitely code for something. Friday, you and Zerk were talking in banana code. I don't remember this. No, I mean 0 DTE. Oh, that sounds terrible. Is the plantain indicator a cheap knockoff of the banana indicator? Moist papaya. All right, you need to relax, Cornub. All right. Interesting. Yes, at 41.72.25. I wonder if we get like 41.50 capitulation here. Or are they just trying to use the 41.50s to pump back up again? It's possible. I don't know if those 41.75s were ever getting rescued today. Even at our peak, they were pretty far out of the money. They could also just be sold, right? SRX going to reject from that channel now. We'll see. Um, that's correct. That's also correct. Magnitude's bought it afternoon peak, still down. Fuck this market. It's not even the afternoon. You mean yesterday afternoon? I just keep an eye on the numbers throughout the day. Well, 41.55 sold off a bit here. So did 41.50 selling off a little bit too. So that's not particularly good for anybody who's long above 41.50. Although the 421 41.50s haven't fucking budged. Ooh, a lot of negative gamma coming in for the 41.25, 41.30 strikes. Futures test 41.75 yet? Yeah, they did and failed. Quick, next two candles, green or red. What time frame? 5 minute? Uh, flat and red. I guess like it's gonna be. That's a good question. Where did this one open? Yeah, red, red. Monthlies. Apple made a new high on the year today. Time to short. I already have bear spreads on Apple at like 165. I'll probably open some more up today. $41.50 capitulation gonna bring SPX down to a test of 41.35. It's very possible. Wow, MOASS on what? What MOASS? Do you think we'll see another pump in the end of the day on SPX? It's possible. Yeah. Do you think he'll do a write up of the thesis on the hot tub stream? Maybe. I might, yeah. Why won't Google or Palantir die? This is killing me. Are you short Palantir? I mean, there's just not a lot of range on that. Buckle up because he knew the SPX was going to tank. How much Upstart looking for? How's Upstart looking for SLD OPEX? Think we'll reach sub 14? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, if the market continues to sell off, that's not going to be good for Upstart's highly positive beta. That was a weird gap. I know SPX is your baby, but can you give a rough estimate on possible ranges for the QQQ for SLD rest of April? Can be as short as Carl. Thanks, Pickle. I'm short QQQ right now also, so I should have. I thought I put up a chart, but maybe I deleted it. Awkward. Maybe I did. That's strange. Okay. Yeah. My target for QQQ right now is 300. 305 to 300. Beyond that would be awesome, but that's my current target. Ooh. Are you short again here? No, one's enough. Yeah. But what DRS percent does Jimmy dilute? What's the magical DRSS percent number? They're not going to dilute because of DRS. They need to dilute to get capital in order to fund expansion and growth. Why do people think that GME gives a flying fuck about DRS? Is it just because they reported it in their earnings? It's materially relevant accounting. Is there a liability to future shareholders? I figured the 305 range based off their tech stocks and pickle spikes, but I wasn't sure. Oh, okay. I thought my QQQ put position I started answering like last week. Did I not do a write up on that? I think I did. Them reporting it makes everyone's purple circle wet. Oh, okay. I loved how I thought it was hysterical when they left it out of the shareholders like call and everyone freaked out. That was pretty funny. Where are my goodies? Huh. All right. Touche. It was in Pickles Picks? Okay. That's what I thought. Thanks, Jets fans. I can almost only remember the last rolling 3 days info. Win Bear Song. It's too early, don't you think, Dork? Like, don't we need to see the call positions collapse first? Below 4130? I mean, either we break down below gamma neutral or the call positions collapse, and then we break down through gamma neutral. But either way, gamma neutral. I guess I could play the bear song at fast gamma, but that's really kind of, you know, right? I thought it was liquidity issues. Now it's because they need cash. Even though cash on hand went up, flippy floppy. There's no flippy floppy. There's no liquidity issues, first of all. If there were to be liquidity issues, yeah, they would dilute in order to stay listed. Don't worry, you guys are a really long way away from that. Cash on hand is barely significant. It's like 1.36 billion. You know, their competition has billions and billions of dollars of cash on hand, right? Best Buy has like $8 billion of cash. Are we just going to ignore that and pretend like Jimmy's 1 billion is a lot? Not only that, they manage their cash more efficiently. And provide better shareholder value. But Best Buy is stinky. I mean, whatever. They're better at running a business, at least on paper right now. So yeah, Ryan Cohen's going to have to grow GameStop because he's got bills to pay and a tiny dog to take to the vet. Why do people think $1 billion is a lot of fucking money? It's like what is it, the law of large numbers? Like people who just can't conceptually understand what $1 billion is. Greg, do you know that Nintendo has enough cash on hand that they could lose 153 million a year until 2053 and still have cash on hand? Cool. It's a lot for an individual, not for a corporation. Yeah, it's very little for a corporation. Soon enough, we'll be needing to use Sterling's approximation to determine the net worth of individuals and companies. Checking account is $58, and $1 billion is more than that, so it must be a lot. Oh, Jesus. $1 billion doesn't even get GameStop as an investor on Shark Tank. It's just not a lot of money. Best Buy cash on hand declined massively over the last few quarters. The last quarter, right? But their year over year was still infinitely higher. They had a bunch of capex. Down to 1.84. That doesn't sound right. Hold on. Total current assets at 8.8 billion. There's still 1.874 for first report 2023. It's down. Yeah, they've spent a lot of money recently. Their free cash flow is 1.7 billion versus GME's 52 million. What? I mean, it's the whole industry fucking sucks, but they're the closest competition. We need to buy more batteries. Fucking turd ferg. All the work he's done on ETFs and trying to find out how they hide and supplement their shorting. And he becomes famous for buying a fucking pack of batteries. Poor guy. I know smaller has advantages, but let's not pretend like GameStop's fucking killing it because they have one profitable quarter and 52 million extra dollars. Starting to think that the health of the market is dependent on Nvidia going up. It can be. Gherkin, I roll my Nvidia position up and put, so now the entire position is June, September. Mainly 270, 275 strike. When I rolled, I was down about 35%. Thoughts? Seems like you're pretty well positioned. I mean, you're much closer to the money than I am on anything. I think my highest, my highest put is like 260. 260 for May. BBY is still acquiring companies. How many stores did they close? Do you know? I know they have like 1,700 and change leases up this year. They don't. Yeah, they need to close a lot of locations. They have a lot of really unprofitable stores, and it takes time because commercial leases are generally pretty long. They like basically don't make money in Europe. They should probably close all of that or pivot them right into something else. It doesn't matter. It's still $500 million more than GameStop has. And they're trading at like a fucking PE of 10, man. I'm sorry, they're trading at a PE of 11.64. Jamie's trading at a PE of like 140. I'm pretty sure I understand companies better than you do. Oh, you're talking to Odorous Colon. What is this argument with you guys? GameStop has some advantages over Best Buy. Not currently, but if they can keep closing stores, they can gain some advantages. Best Buy's margins are going to contract deeply as we move into a recession. GameStop's really not going to face the same margin contraction that a lot of their competition will. But that's also the time where GameStop will need to dilute heavily in order to fund growth, right? That's how you capture market share. You know, we hit a recession and margins contract, right? And then when your competition is cutting costs, right, and trying to reduce capex, and you increase capex, you win in the long term, right? You take over more and more market share. But this requires money. And it requires a lot more than a fucking $1 billion. Otherwise, the next growth cycle comes around and the big entrenched participants in your sector crush the fuck out of you. They need to close those 2,000 stores. I mean, not all of those stores that are up for whose leases are up this year are going to be closed. And whether they need to close them or not, unless they start paying out their leases, which is not ideal for them, right? That's really only ideal on stores that are actual losers. If the store is flat across, its profitability, there's no reason to close it. They would just keep it open until its lease expired. Fed's bossing expects one more rate raise. Yeah, that sounds about right. Gherk, is SVX getting channel locked here? A little bit, yeah. We're very much in between the bullish 4150 and the bearish 4135. Who gives a shit what Bostic says? He's not even a fucking voting member of the Fed now. My baseline is to hold. Who cares what his fucking baseline is? He has no say. Ryan Cohen comes out dressed in a turtleneck, drinking a smoothie, and announces all GME Euro locations are now mini Apple stores. That'd be bullish. Does Apple do well in Europe? I feel like that's not their best market. They have a lot of regulation issues there. The EU is always forcing them to do shit they don't like put normal chargers on their phones. I mean, Jimmy is a value play, but not at $22. You can't watch a deposition. It's recorded in a private room. If Gary Gensler getting fired today, who's the next hedgie to take his place? I don't think Gensler's going to get fired. They still didn't do that? They made a specific type of USB-C for it. Gotta love it. What's more value, GME here or NVIDIA here? Fuck. They're both very overpriced. They're about equally overpriced, right? I'm not being anti-GME. It's just the truth, right? I'm sorry if you don't like it. GME at its current price is overvalued. but we make money off of it. Sure, I'm okay with that. It's not like I'm selling my GameStop. Why do you say sorry when you're not? I don't know. Habit? I meant the sorry sarcastically, but maybe that didn't come across clearly. Kirk still owns more GameStop than you, so be quiet. Just a heads up, not sure if it influences your decision or not. You asked? No. Apple sold per November of 2022. 95.12 revenue. Oh, okay, thanks. Interesting. There's no meltdown. I'm still bullish on GME. Those meltdown people are just fucking mad that they bought at 350 and sold at 300. Apple will have to make iPhones with USB Type-C charging port. Then Apple made the ports to only have full potential when used with Apple-made cables. EU told them that that can't sell. So it's just going to be a back and forth as they try to undercut the law being imposed on them. GME going to $20 within a month. I will have lowered my cost basis by $3, which is huge for me. Can you make it go down and then give us a nice May OPEX? We'll see what the market does. The market needs to sell off right now because internalization on GME still needs to dump. If the market keeps running and pressuring the secondary liquidity, GME is just going to run again, probably sooner rather than later. Selling at 300 would have been the dream. What was the easiest way to turn $1 into 1K in like 4 hours? Yeah, it's not enough money. Good luck. Buy a bus ticket to the seedy part of town and jerk off as many people as you can in 4 hours for $5 each. There's more to a business than cash up, cash down. Bobby is valued more appropriately. Yes. But people don't. Here's the problem, right? Poopy pants. People don't like to hear what GME should be valued at relative to its sector, right? That number makes them sad because their cost basis is 4 times that number, or 5, or 10. Buy a bus ticket to the Nevada desert and search for a 2-ounce gold nugget until you find one. That's going to take more than 4 hours, though, right? Morning, ending. You guys think you can get a bus ticket for $1? I don't know. Dork and Pi showing their 1% privilege disconnect again. It's at least $2 for a ticket to the desert. Maximize your client base and go to the Christian pastor meeting. Plenty of dudes looking for some strange. Cohen and Chang made a mistake buying in at the $22, $25 range. I mean, who the fuck cares what Larry Chang bought? He barely owns any stock. Cohen doesn't give a shit, right? Cohen just needs to buy in order to maintain significant enough ownership that there's no threat from a hostile takeover, which he had to do after the dilution. Cohen buying 100,000 shares at 3x his cost basis isn't really going to raise his cost basis very much, right? And Jamie's not like going back to $5 unless the market crashes. What's a bus cost? $50? I don't know what a bus costs. Where do you buy them? Did y'all miss the drop this morning? The one that turned tiny contracts into $1,000 contracts? No, I picked up like 300% on it. What's the best port increase you've seen from a pour? Hmm. Fuck, I can't remember who it was. One of the guys on the Upstart channel made like, I think it was like 27,000 on Upstart weeklies back in Jan. How mainstream are REITs in the US? Everyone fucking buys them. T-Doc up 10% on news of branching into weight management and diabetes prevention. Cool. But his 100K buy-in made the stock pump 30% that day, remember? Yeah, that's not why the stock went up. $250K for Mercedes bus they use around here. Jesus. That's ridiculous. Why the fuck would you need a bus? Another on the Upstart channel lost $500,000 though. Yeah. Results are varied. It's the market. Who would want to perform a hostile takeover of Jimmy? That's just another form of holding the bag. I don't know. Maybe someone thinks they can do it better than Cohen. Talk about the SPX, please. It's flatlining in the channel between bullish and bearish interest. I think we're starting to slowly see a sell-off in the bullish position, but it's not very significant right now. Volume's low. I made 34K in 2 days on SPX 0 DTE puts from 100 and lost it in the next week. Why did you throw it all back into 0 DTEs? To give you an idea of how common REITs are, my dad made one with little to no effort and uses it to give loans to people who renovate and flip houses. I went to meetings all morning. Did we talk about Herman Miller, CEO lady? No? What happened with that? Wasn't there a guy that made a few mil on GME calls in March 22nd? Yeah, but he put up a lot of money. He was in big. It wasn't like he turned a small account into a giant account. He just he turned like a house into several houses, 10 houses. I'm cool with being famous for batteries. If people continue choosing GameStop for their battery purchases, and as a small push towards continued profitability, ETFs are fake. What's up, Turd? You know the profit margin on a pack of batteries? If people really wanted to boost GameStop's profit margins, they would just buy used video games from them. Those are marked up like 150%. A house isn't 100K, Girk. I think he put in 350. He had like 350,000 to 3.2 mil. Wasn't there a guy named Jackson who made millions off $12,000 calls? No one's ever made any money on a $12,000 call. The Pity City CEO? Oh, I saw that video. What a fucking bitch. Gross margins for battery manufacturers tend to be in the range of 10 to 20% at best. That's for the manufacturer. They're fucking, imagine what the retailer gets for stocking them. Can I get your current opinion on Schwab? What about it? They still have some bond. There's bond risk. There's probably a fairly decent amount of MBS risk as well. They had their earnings yesterday, right? Profit margins collapsed into quarter one. Revenues are down. I'd imagine they're probably stable. But until all the regional bank earnings have wrapped up, we're probably not going to see a big recovery in the banking sector. They're doing okay today. Up like almost 2%. I imagine the IV crash buying calls before earnings fucked a lot of people over. Am I muted? No. How long does Nvidia have to stay up before you need GME MOASS hopium again? What do you mean? I don't care how long Nvidia stays up. It's overvalued. No problem, La Flama. Am I 12,000 CC safe? Yeah. Futures are starting to slip a little bit. Retesting the 4165 level. Is that going to recover fast enough? I think we still get another bounce here. Well, maybe not. Oh. The 15 and the daily still look like it's breaking down, but the 1 minute's a bit tricky. Oh. Yeah, this might bleed down a little more still. Is the Nvidia pump indicative of them getting to a higher price? So when the market falls during SLD, Nvidia won't go below gamma neutral. Gamma neutral is also rising though. So, I mean, it pulls gamma like when you pump, it pulls gamma neutral up with the price action, right? So it really doesn't really change the range to gamma neutral. Tesla drop anymore on SLD? Seems like it might hold this 182, 187 area. They have earnings tomorrow, so I have no idea what's going to happen with Tesla's price into the end of this week. When do most of those Wolf's calls on Wolf's calls? What? Do you know that Webull Mobile shows volume for SPX, but desktop doesn't? I think it shows an approximation of contract volume. Does Monday morning finishing SLD usually see a lot of downside? It can. It depends. Sometimes SLD is over by like Friday. Sometimes it carries through to Monday. Any way to turn that on for desktop? I don't think so. It doesn't sound very useful. I think SLD can drop between 200 and 300 BPS. That's the standard. That's the standard range. Sometimes it exceeds it. It generally always drops more than 200, but there's a few instances where that 200 BPS drop is realized like overnight and then recovers immediately in the morning. After the Nvidia earnings debacle, are you hedging your long-term Netflix puts? Yeah, probably. That's tonight too. Can we retest 4150 here? Maybe. Is that the upper range of that? Yeah. So I can buy another put. 4140. Um, 41. $41.55. This is gonna bounce here. Overall trend looks bearish, so get a short entry like up here. Think it'd be enough for today. I need to roll this out to tomorrow. All right. If we bounce back up end of day, will the SLD standard drop just count from tomorrow's high then? Yeah. Yeah. 200% from wherever tomorrow opens. Is it far more likely that puts are about to capitulate as we still haven't dropped? And they keep buying futures to keep it above 41.40. I mean, there aren't that many puts on the options chain, at least on the 0 DTE side. I don't think the longer dated puts are capitulating. And they didn't capitulate on the earlier test of like 41.70. SLD hasn't started yet, Popcorn Trader, which you're well aware of. What about on Spy? I'm not really watching Spy. I can take a look. And Spy kind of looks like it's going to retest 41, 41, 414.50. I don't know if it pushes up above that. I'm not looking at the Spy, like the Spy OI. Wow. And if they want to capture those trapped calls, they should push pretty hard right here on futures. Let me see what the 0 GTOI is looking like. Calls have dropped off a lot. Yeah, the 41.50 is selling down. Let me check out the longer dated ones. The 421 shit's still there. It's not moving. Yeah, 41.50 is holding up. I think we see either a retest here. The fuck? Hold on. Oh, god damn it, WeBull, you piece of shit. So either we fail 4150 and they capitulate here, which is less likely, or we kind of grind up and retest up here in like the 4158, 4160 range. This one's tricky. There's not a lot of volume, so it's hard to tell. I'd be patient with it. Do you use MACD and RSI? No. Actually, never. They're useless. Might not wait too long for that greedy dead man. MACD's a little more useful than RSI. RSI is actually fucking useless. It'd be funny if it straight dumps here. It could. Although I think maybe it just goes back to here. See, that one's just really hard to tell. Nope. Looks like the 4150 just capitulated hard. Nice. I like that. Bear trap? Bull trap. Oh, you think this is a bear trap? It could be. It's starting to look less like a bear trap. Turn around. Ooh, can I buy one more of these? I hate this account. Went from down 50% to up 25%. Nice, man. These candles are ridiculous. Who's pumping NVIDIA so hard? Indexes and ETFs and people buying it and mutual funds. If you see an SPX play that can yield 35 to 50%, let us know. Was the one this morning that hit 350% not good enough? I feel like that's a good day. Bull trap into bear trap into bull trap again. What's it called when there's a head and shoulders, but then there's three right side shoulders? Oh, the old head and shoulder, head and triple shoulder. Sounds like a wedge. You'd think this volatility would be reflected somewhere. Believe it or not, no. I need my July SPX puts to print 300%. How about that? I, I don't think you have to worry. You have July puts, right? Unless that you have them at like 3,600, then you might be, being a little over exuberant. But huh. All right, let's see how that fucking stupid price action changed positioning. Mm. 41.45 flip positive there. On the bottom of the drop. 41.50 shed a little bit, so it looks like some stop losses got hit, but not much. 41.50 interest is rocketing now. Bull? Bull. Do I do some stupid shit here? Do some stupid shit. Stupid shit's too much money. That's too expensive for stupid shit. I'll wait. MOASS? I don't know. What if they're sold? If they're selling fuck tons of 41.50s, that's not good. But the gamma on the 41.50 strike just like fucking went up like 30%. That seems strange. It is. It's definitely strange. Flip points 41.22.50. So this is our like weekly chart. So we bounced. We broke up through the long-term, like August resistance again. We fucking got rejected on the top of this wedge. Maybe get another bounce here. This is where I'd be concerned, is like one more bounce before this fails. I don't know how high it would go. Could get a double top. I doubt it though. No more bounces. We're done. You sure about that? So, oh, I update. It's every time I refresh it. Usually with wedges, I'm more concerned of a fake out before the real breakout. Okay. Short term here is getting a little more bullish. Hmm. Yeah, I want to say we rip, but I don't know how far it's gonna go. And there's still a chance it just breaks down. It really depends on what those 4150s were, if they were bought or sold. If they were sold, that's super fucking bearish. If they were bought, it's moderately bullish. It'd be great if there was an index that tracked the actual volatility in the market. You could just buy like a 2027 call with like Vega of 10 or greater, and then you'd know. You can make your own little index. The one in the 5 minute look like they're getting a little more bullish. I think the one's gonna, like, we're gonna break down again. Maybe to like 4140 one more time. So let's see. If we're gonna see any upside, it probably wouldn't be until like maybe like 12 or 1 o'clock. Maybe I'm overshooting that. I don't know. There's a little bit of room to the downside here, though. If that picks up momentum, then we keep moving down. If it doesn't, then I think there's a chance we bounce. The volume's like, it's kind of too low to say for sure what's going to happen here. It's either going to break up or down, but we don't know when. It would be great if there's an index that tracks where the clowns are. Gork, I'm up 65% of my cover calls. Why didn't you tell us about this before? I did repeatedly. God, ES is so tricky. Is it gonna retest the fucking, it's got to, right? It's too early for big downside. Let's remember every day is a V-shaped recovery. Yeah, right? You don't think they were sold? That way they can buy to cover and do a big drop and lessen the impact? That would help protect against losing too much ground before selling tomorrow for SLD. True. How many times have you seen the Spice Girls movie? At least 25. Is big downside now bad for tomorrow? No. When will my SPX puts print? I don't know where they are. That answer could be in the next few days or never. I don't know if we're going to see big downs today. It really depends on if futures gives up here and we move down towards the lower resistance, or alternatively, futures bounces and retests the underside of the 1.75 sigma. Right? This is, I mean, right now volume is too low to tell anything, but if this like recovers, right, and we start getting like more volatile price action, we might retest this. We could also just fail, right, and drop down to here. So we don't know right now. Volume's crazy fucking low. I'm biased because my port is down, so mentally I'm looking for a crazy play that can yield a lot. I feel like I missed the earlier part of this. I'm tired of averaging down my Nvidia puts. Should I buy calls? I mean, you can. You can also sell calls. You can sell puts. Use the market maker's money to average down your position. Don't use your money. Nice, Wessels. Not questioning you. You're the pro. My small brain just saw that as being brought up and out of the trend specifically to sell calls, but I see ghosts sometimes. Wait, what? Does the BlackRock selling MBS from failed banks have any significance? That seems important. Wish you had a second channel that streamed futures and other nonsense. I do. When's second channel for real, Greg? We all have extra streams, TV, etc. You just want me to have a stream that's just the futures data? Is that it? Yes. Just pay TradingView $5. Do you think that the MACD crossover to the upside on the SPX monthly time frame is important? Not really. You can also just get rejected, right? $5? What are we, pigeon whales? Hey, Gurk, can you please go back about 15 minutes on VIX so we're looking at the same thing? No. It's a TradingView membership plus $5. It's not just $5. Whatever. It costs money to make money. Give me a second camera just off frame you turn to like you're breaking the fourth wall. I don't want to do that. That sounds difficult. Free trial plus $5. That's more like it. Fair enough. Looking at the call chain, a 200 BPS drop from this level would likely continue to slide through the 40-50 level, correct? With a government default looming, could SLD be the crash catalyst? It could be. A fourth wall camera would boost the production value of the stream a lot without too much effort, I think. Do I need to boost the production value? Back to 41, 50, 55, I think. I agree. That seems most likely. But you never know. Those fucking future sellers that have been stomping on the zero DTE call buyers come in hot and heavy sometimes. You need to gamify the stream. Interesting. I would prefer lower production value. Okay. Is it raw? I feel like my production value is not bad. I mean, it's a fucking stock stream, right? For a stock stream, the production value is decent. Yeah, I upgraded my camera. The production value has nothing to do with the quality of the content, NW. The quality of the content's phenomenal. Could do with some more explosions and general sound effects, more flicking of the camera and such. One team of holographic gherks dancing in the background with the bears. If anything, you should lean into the Bloomberg terminal level of production value and just downgrade all of your visuals. You need a catchphrase? No, I fucking don't. I have a good mic. Yeah, well, no one likes the stream. And anytime Jamie is not doing anything, viewership goes down. What is Pi-Fi's mission statement and values? Oh, fuck off. Get gronked? There's your catchphrase. I'll pass. What about wear out my purple circle? uh, the only thing the stream is missing is a cigar in your hand and a picture of dogs, or maybe bears and bulls playing poker. Don't listen to these production value knuckleheads. All right, noted. Catchphrase, fuck off walking. SPX is way more fun than GME other than selling CCs. Yeah, I agree. Based on your data, was this NVIDIA short covering or real bull interest? Started to be buying last night. I don't think it was short covering. Might have been closing of calls. Like short calls. Yeah, it might have been closing short calls as we bounced off gamma neutral. Zero GT 41.75 or 50 cents. They are. I stopped liking the stream when you stopped playing Pickles on Parade. Okay. Thanks. I'm listening to my wife fight with our 3-year-old who wants a fruit by the foot for lunch. How wrong would it be of me to go eat one in front of her now? Funny as hell, but I mean, probably not great for the durability of your relationship. VIX is gonna hit 15.99 when SPX bounces back up to 41.69. Maybe. You told me how to find the OPEX dates. It's the monthly options expiration. Looks like futures test the downside of the deviation channel you marked and possible bounce back to the upper green range. No, there's no downside test. It's just bouncing back. So downward consolidation. That outcome um versus this one. Even this isn't like confirmed, right, until it breaks higher than 41.75, which is what we got rejected off of last time. Is the gamma neutral just a more accurate gamma flip point? Sort of. The gamma flip point, like that they calculate, is like front weighted, and I don't think they calculated off a lot of contracts. So it's way more accurate. Do you think the really big volatile upside moves we saw in 2021 and 2022 are still a thing? I mean, yeah, but not as big. 1 second. right. Front weighted, as in nearer dated contracts carry more weight than they probably should. Front weighted, as in they're too lazy to do the math on the whole chain. So they select a small sample in order to do the calculation, which I don't think is very accurate. And that fucks up the rest of their data too. But anyway. So the 4150s were bought. It's starting to look like it. I mean, but also some of the 4150s may already just be bought, and the ones that came in could be sold. We don't know. Not until the end of the day. American style options can be exercised at any time. European style options can only be exercised at expiration. Durability of relationship is secured by a prenup. Then go eat your fruit by the foot, my man. Either those sold 4150s are going to buy their calls back, or they were bought this whole time. Green on the day. We'll see. Headed to 4160. Probably. Close. If maybe test it. I don't know if we're going to go higher than that, but copying my reply. I mean, the only reason you know the difference is probably because I told you. Adopted by the Dans. Who writes what you read off the teleprompter? I don't know. Is this the end of the bull steam? There's gotta be more bull, right? That's not enough bull. Yeah, there's still more bull. How did you know it was gonna rip? Can you briefly explain your chart foo? To be fair, I didn't know it was gonna rip. I just said that there were two outcomes to this consolidation. The futures could have rejected and it could have broken down. That was also an option. The 2-year yield is doing a thing. What's the thing it's doing? Jesus Christ. All right. 4.21. Even if you don't know it, you're the man. Thanks, Teaspoon. Nice, we did it. Hmm. That's interesting. So I'm looking to hedge my TSM puts. What DTE should I consider? A positive net delta hedge for June. Net delta is 0.30-ish, so I was considering a 0.3 delta call 90 DTE. The puts are for September. A 0.30 delta call 90 DTE. Okay. I mean, it doesn't seem terrible. So you're just gonna strangle it? Like a calendar strangle? Teaspoon accidentally left out the ruggedly handsome part. Thank you, Barrett's Axel. Aren't bond yields going up supposed to be bad for the market? I just don't know if I know anything anymore. Yeah, it's not a bullish signal. What's up with all the 4200s for Friday? Light SLD or sold? I'm just wanting to hedge earnings tomorrow. Fair enough. Okay, yeah, that's. I mean, their earnings is already out. By the way, they released their earnings report already, so I wouldn't expect their earnings to be super volatile. Their guidance might be reduced, so that could affect things. But do I have like, hold on, I'm fucking freezing my ass off right now. Give me a No, this isn't coming down yet. It's still gonna keep pushing. You're gonna average down that 41.20 while we're up here? Probably, yeah. We're still a little below where I'd want to see the test occur. Yeah. I'd still want to see 41.55. Maybe I should put a stop here, though. Put a stop at like... I put a stop at like 450. This is getting an awful lot of momentum here. Could you adjust the VIX? Yeah, yeah. Mm, 88. How and why have the Bulls been unstoppable? I feel like I went over this. Did you watch the weekend stream? Go watch the weekend stream. Maybe if I could stopped out on this. Too close? No, it's fine. Just wait. ES still has a little ways to go for that test. I don't think we've topped out yet. We're getting close. Like the momentum's starting to die down. But I don't think we've seen the top yet. This was pretty hard fought, actually. It's like more of a grindy breakout than what we've been seeing over the last few days. Dad, I used VIX rectally instead of topically. Jimmy, top expectations for the week. For this week? We're already surpassing them. I've been working on increasing my carbon footprint. Nice, nice. To make up for your lack of children. Hopefully I can increase it 20% this year with small changes. Well, it sounds like you're on the right path. Have you ever thought about just opening canisters of like air conditioning coolant just outside. He wants to make it a challenge. Oh, god damn it. Did I get stopped out? The fuck was that? They, like preliminarily stop me out and then find out that there was no bid. Shady. That's some friends that can sell that guy a cow. Their farts are sure to bring him up to his goals. Probably, yeah. Do you like more crime in your market soup? It's like time, but illegal. Oh, interesting. Nope. No, I still don't like that. This is gonna go up more. Big stop loss on it though. Ah, 41.50 sell off. There's no reason to. Time is a flat circle, pickle man. 41.60, 41.65 is up. Oh. a wait here. Definitely a better entry. We could always puncture a massive natural gas pipeline. I mean, they just shut it off, right? You all know this already, but WeBull automatically puts you in their stock lending income program. You have to manually go in there and opt out. Yep, most brokers do. Eventually, there won't be a position up here, right? Because it's all finally sold off. Eventually. Are we going to make another V on the SVX chart like you showed last night? Probably. It's starting to look more and more like it, yeah. I don't know how much room there is to the upside, but there's some. We got another, like, at least another $8 on SPI or ES that we can move up. Am I waiting too long here? Probably. I'll just try to be patient with it. Check DMs if you can. What do you got? I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. Is that the SPX chart? A little bit, yeah. It doesn't really have like the downside volatility to make it one. Anyone else buying Tesla calls? No, I'm probably gonna close my puts. Or some of them. What's the most important time frame for intraday trading? SPY? 15 and 5. Yeah, probably. I mean the 5 and the 15. 15's a little longer than intraday. I'd probably confirm trends on the 15, but I wouldn't use it for intraday trading. If we wanted a date, what meal would you prepare to woo me? A double quarter pounder with cheese. Hmm. I'm gonna wait. Yeah, I know Netflix earnings is tonight. I think I'm hedged for the most part. Time that test of 4150 perfectly. Made a quick 2K in 10 minutes. Or did I sell my puts too soon? We'll see. This is really choppy and very low volume. Even the move up, like, really didn't have very significant volume on it. The trend is still consolidating, a lot. So it's hard to say if you were too early or just on time. Thoughts on DQ? I assume you don't mean Dairy Queen. Mm, it looks like it's breaking down. Maybe back down to like 40. What if your first date is with a woman who doesn't use the metric system? What would you get her instead? Well, this is hazy, so I don't really care about his measurement system preferences. Throw in a shamrock shake and we got a deal, sweetheart. Ow. Mm. Ugh. I participated in an SEC investigation many years ago. These people blaming the SEC for anything whatsoever have no idea how limited resources are for the SEC and IRS. Yeah, they keep them pretty defunded on purpose. You wouldn't want them to be able to tackle the big dogs in court, right? There she goes. Yeah, I wouldn't have too much confidence in that. Not just yet. That's looking a little better. 4150 is dropping off. A little bit. We're starting to see some 4060s, 4065s fall off the chain. Like 4150 dropped a little. Let me look at the longer dated. Okay, so that big jump in 4150s from earlier is gone. It's back down to the same level it was at before at 71 million gamma. Eh, I don't know. 4175 test still doesn't seem like it's out of the question. If you're using Thinkorswim, it's just SPX. Oh. So I don't know the symbol. Bulls are sleeping. The push to the upside's a little harder now. Doesn't cupcakes versus beef jerky. Why would I fucking ever make that comparison? They're crashing SPX to bring down Bobby? No. Is 4175 test same as futures test of 4200? It's really close, yeah. 30 companies have reported quarter one earnings, 90% beating estimates. I'm sick. Beating estimates doesn't mean that they're doing well. It just means they're doing better than analysts expected. Analysts have pulled back expectations really hard for most of this year. How high do you think Netflix can go if the earnings are good? I don't know, like probably not much higher than 350 right now. I suppose it could go higher than that because it's not going to be based on options, right? Are you thinking it still wants to test 4175 on SPX? It wants to and is going to happen are two different things. We should just zero GT the shit out of this market and let it rip to 10,000. The economy's a joke. Wars, protests, riots are breaking out everywhere. And we're supposed to pretend the market is pricing in all of this. The market's just pricing in rate cuts from the Fed by the end of the year. Fed speaker, nothing burger today. I know Bostic spoke earlier, but I don't know why anyone gives a shit. Who else is talking today? Bowman at 1 o'clock. That could make a difference. I see it stuff, and I'll take a look at it later. Bear Stearns market is fine. On ES at 4175, there are two sellers. That's not a lot. NVIDIA stock pops up on HSBC upgrade. HSBC head of technology is Frank Lee. Is he Tom Lee's not so distant cousin? The dots are starting to connect. How long have you been a trader? What was I a trader to? Please check DMs in a moment. The market is priced in rate cuts, but not why the Fed is cutting them. It's a clown market. It is a bit. Two X more sold contracts than bought. Yeah, I mean it's there's some hard resistances. When I buy in the money VIX call, I don't know. I guess whenever you want. You want to buy in the money VIX calls? Has our lovely JPAL been cucked by the markets? I think the markets are, I mean, in a way, the markets are pressuring the Fed to do something more drastic. What do you think is happening to the VIX? I know you mentioned that the price action we have shouldn't spike the VIX anyway, but isn't it heavily shorted? Yes. And volatility is heavily shorted. And then on top of that, the price action we have doesn't really affect VIX very much. Are we going to have a run up to 40 anytime soon? On GME? Probably not. Can we send out a tweet saying I'm increasing rates tomorrow? Heavy shorting on VIX. Do you think this is being done with a broader goal in mind? I not just making money shorting VIX. I mean, yes, it makes options cheaper, right? If VIX is high, options get very expensive. So if they're trying to surpass yields with like index returns, right? They need to keep those zero DT calls cheap. And puts. If Fed pauses next meeting, how do you see the next quarter play out? VIX subs 15, SPX 4400. I don't think the Fed's gonna pause. They've been, I mean, they've all been pretty clear that they're doing one more rate hike. I just finished The Wire and need another good show to watch. Shit. Um, Let me think about it. Brickfield Corp Fund defaulting on a $161.4 million mortgage for 12 office buildings in Washington, D.C. All right. Arrested Development is pretty good, I hear. You don't say, Bluth's Bananas. Hmm. Oh, that's interesting. Well, I think if we're going to see the pump, it's coming up. I don't know how high it's going to take us, but they're trying for it. Yeah, I've never watched Sneaky Pete. Sneaky Pete's the one with Giovanni Ribisi in it, right? How can they pump when nobody's buying stocks? Uh, so you buy futures, you buy zero DTs, and then the ETFs buy everything else. There's a show called Beef. Is it about beef? Greg, I broke my arm horribly on Sunday. I'm so sorry to hear that, Potato Tom. But at least my BTUCCs are chilling. Nice. Brownfield Capital just bought 1,000 B-rated CDS swaps? Huh. Beef is so good. Are we talking about the show or just it's a revenge show? Okay. The year is 2030. SVX is still flat at 4150. VIX is at 0, and derivatives are no longer used. Interesting. Boardwalk Empire is really good, yeah. Brownfield Capital is that small form from The Big Short, right? I can't remember. It is? Okay. Yeah. Boardwalk Empire down, Dumpster Empire up. I don't know if Dumpster Empire is a show. Are they done internalizing on GME? Maybe? I've asked if he's watched Severance 20 times, and he's ignored my message 25 times. Well, here's the deal. I don't know what the fuck that is. My mom gave me 2K to dump into my Roth so she can write it off. What am I YOLOing? I wish I had parents who did that. Kyle, it's called Barry. And it's not just good, it's amazing. I've never seen Billions. Everyone keeps telling me to watch it. Barry is on HBO. It's not berry, like the fruit. It's berry. Only the first season of Billions is good. Huh. I only made it through the first 10 minutes of Billions. Well, at least you tried. It's a soapy drama about people who have beef with each other. That sounds awful. Gork trying to distinguish two homophones by saying them out loud is what I come here for. Exactly. Billions did go down as the seasons went along, I will admit, but season 1 is great. I would watch a Michael Burry TV show. That sounds terrible. I just finished watching Yellowstone, 5 seasons in a month. It's a decent show, except one of the main characters' wives almost ruins the show for me. Like, I have a show for you, Blippy, not same like Burry or Barry. Just because you're forced to watch it all day doesn't mean other people need to. Take YouTube away from your children. Make them read books. You can't take YouTube away from kids after they've had it. Yeah, you can. You just bought some 519, 250 NVIDIA puts. Hurt me again. Good to know, Ray Talio. Nice, Odorous. My 3-year-old scales 2 security gates and the top cabinets to get the remote back for Paw Patrol. Hit the TV with a hammer. This is what happens is parents get too lazy to parent, and then they try to use the TV to do it, and then they turn their children into fucking idiots. I mean, I understand. I wouldn't want to fucking parent any children either, but still. There's something seriously disturbing about seeing like a 2-year-old rolling around with an iPad. Maybe I'm just fucking old. Nice, Spy Hunter. I hope it unholds. I would argue back against that, but I'm too lazy. Having a child is actually my nightmare. What happened to coloring books? They just color shit on their iPad now. Was Pickles Picks SPX write-up still your current assessment? I mean, any changes to that I would have noted in the daily DD. As a parent with 2 kids under 6, I couldn't agree more. iPod addicted kids are the worst. Not in my house. No way. Here's the problem though. Like you can do all the things right until they're like 13 and they tell you to go fuck yourself. They want to be just like their idiot friends. And then you got to deal with 8 years of that and then hope they come out the other side decent. Speaking of 2-year-olds and iPads, I'm feeling like a good ice cream sandwich. Any new recommendations? Oh, no. I'm kind of still in the same spot with my ice cream sandwich game. Don't fix what works. I was a perfect student until middle school. Then they start trading options. Or you just put the fear of God into them when they're 13. But then they do shit like run off and like busk for money or become heroin addicts. Never underestimate the stupidity of rebellious teenagers. Yeah, or even worse, artists. Yeah, exactly. Some Dowser SLD still looking good with the price action today. Does the low volume mean anything? Not necessarily. But yeah, I don't think we've seen any big sell offs or anything happen. Here's what's sad. My kids think every screen in existence is a touchscreen and get frustrated when the screen doesn't respond to them slapping it. Mm. Look up Steezy Grossman. Blippy should be nowhere near children. Is he ever near children? I thought he was kind of like a Barney type character. You know who was wholesome as fuck? That guy from Blue's Clues, Steve. No one else in here has ever tried to use a touchscreen that wasn't? I don't think so. I don't think he took it. No, he's fine. Steve's alive. They're definitely forcing this uptrend to continue. Each future sell off is immediately bought back. Yep. The original Steve isn't. He like went to college and then came back and like recorded a video like a few months ago. I saw a comment in the chat that needed to be saved for prosperity. Nice. The original Steve is alive. It was a fake rumor that he died. OG Steve lives in Red Hook in Brooklyn. 4175 on ES feels like a giant magnet right now. Yeah. I heard that Dora is no longer exploring and she lives on the streets of LA turning tricks for dope. Y'all's about Steve, but what about Josh? He's a cool dude. Who the fuck was Josh? 6 counterparties take 2.239 trillion at Fed reverse repo operation. Cool, Verax. Theta is weird. That video OG Steve made was a year and a half ago. Was it that long? I mean, I only saw it like a couple months ago. Girk, you probably answered this, but are you still buying June SPX puts? You know I don't want to answer you because you keep just like running around the chat and asking everyone if they're buying SPY puts. why don't you just make your own decision? I'm not buying any June SPY puts. It's fucking super far dated. I wasn't buying them and I'm still not. Josh is the new Steve? Okay. Did you ever put Bob Ross on and chill with a glass of whiskey? No. Have you seen the new Barney Nightmare Fuel? I haven't. Teletubbies was pretty fucking freaky. That was a weird show, man. What's up, Steve? They're trying to bore the traders away. No, they're trying to get some meaningful leverage so they can pump it to the upside again before they get crushed by sellers. 1 second. Were you a Power Rangers kid? I mean, yeah, big time. Yeah, I was too old by the time they did the crossover shit. Who remembers Barney? I mean, I do. Teletubbies was the worst. It's only for LSD or something. You ever turn Bob Ross on with some tissues and Vaseline? That seems like it would make it really hard to hit the button. I only asked you and Dork. I know, but it's just funny that you asked both of us. No, I don't think either one of us are buying SPX June puts. Are you buying SPX June puts? I upgraded to TradingView Pro because those bastards won't let me have more than 2 tabs open. Nice. If the market begins to decline, will you exit your stock positions for cash and then ride SPX puts into Helheim? Or will you just average down and also ride puts into Helheim? I'd probably sell in the money CCs and then ride the puts. That's not true, poopy pants. He could. Dork's been doing good lately, I think. Man, this fucking chop is crazy. Is it gonna get bearish again? June boots aren't a bad thing. It's just less leverage and more time than you think will be needed. Is that the right way to see it? Yeah. Ice cream sandwich, RC's newest bag holder. Thoughts on Fubo's latest consolidation and decreased volume? Well, at least it's above $1, right? I don't really know if it's bullish or bearish. I mean, it's kind of starting to turn around. There hasn't been a ton of news out of the company recently. Well, like not the last couple weeks or anything. Nvidia looks like it's running out of steam on the daily interval. How is the options positioning? I know call delta was like driving up into today. A little bit. which is kind of what's riding the wave of this bounce. But I think still overall it looks very very heavy on short calls. Yeah, still really heavy on short calls at 280. Gamma flips at 266.74, which is right about where I think gamma neutral is. Yeah, pretty close. Usually on the first test of gamma neutral on Nvidia, at least in the past, it's bounced a little. Like the first real test of gamma neutral, it's bounced a little. Usually that's repositioning of short calls more than it is long interest. It doesn't always bounce though, so it's tricky. Like sometimes it just falls right through gamma neutral. It's pretty much just dog eat dog, smooth ape. You can run into situations where like individual traders at a desk might be communicating with someone, but they usually get popped and lose their license. How much theta is warranted to capture SLD movement? Well, it's only 3 days, so you don't need a ton of theta. But that depends on your moneyness. Like if you're buying strikes that are 200 BPS out of the money, you're gonna have to carry those for a while before the theta decay slows down, right? I was thinking about opening some bear credit spreads on Nvidia for May 19th. With this bounce 280 to 85, sounds like I'm not the only person. If tons of calls are sold, regarded, or I don't think so. I mean, I have some open at 280. I opened a little bit earlier today. I might open a few more later tonight. It's 266 zero out. I have some June spy puts amongst others. Is there something about the position you don't like, or you just don't have any? Because I don't dislike it. I just don't have any. It's a way to reduce risk in the position. It's just not the way that I reduce risk in positions. Usually. Is there any significance to having a rising wedge within a rising wedge? I mean, it's kind of all just one big rising wedge, but yes, there was a momentum shift about halfway through that period, right? How's the zero DTE data looking? It still looks like we could push to the upside. I'm not seeing any big positional changes anywhere. Um, so I would expect futures at least at some point to attempt to test that like 41.85 level. I don't know how late into the day that's going to occur, but I think it's going to happen. March SLD was wonky because we'd already dropped like 400 BPS. But I think like we had one day of down, one day of up, and then another day of downside. SLDs after risk off periods are usually not very good. So if there's like a big market drop into SLD, don't expect too much out of them. I think it was like 250 BPS though. From like Tuesday top to the next bottom. That's the delta skew, JMac. How's it feel to know you're the most trustworthy and wholesome person in this business? Bad. Especially the wholesome part. (2017) OG rules. I mean, you got 2 months, Bruce Wayne, and you're not that far out of the money, right? I think you have two. Actually, you have three. There's like three very distinct types of like finfluencers, right? You have the like the $100 to 100K guys. These guys usually have really like fake sensationalized videos, lots of like branding and stuff, and like they sell courses or newsletters. Then you have the guys that do like big picture or like boomer investments. And they like to make a lot of videos talking about stuff that's happening and giving like really vanilla investment advice, like buy homes. Or my other favorite, don't buy homes. And they oscillate between those two primarily. Sometimes they'll really get crazy and be like, buy mutual funds, you know? And then the third kind are kind of like off the wall, crazy tinfoil hatters who are like pushing macroeconomic agendas that they really believe in. Like the Eurodollar people and the, society, the doomers, gold bugs, crypto bros. These all kind of fall in the same category. And this is like, like shock value entertainment. But they're all universally one thing, right? And that's bullshit. They're all bullshit and a waste of time. Which one are you? I don't know. I don't really give a fuck about this. What about the Scottish guy who does drugs and cries? Trade spotting? The second one is Meet Kevin. He never shuts up and just reads news. You can spend a day with him for 100K. What is he trying to fucking undercut Pontiff? He says he owns a plane, but you know he has a monthly subscription to a private jet. Tool. Dave of the Pigeonwell Daves. Girk, happy anniversary, but let's get to the real issue here. A share of OCTO, which I've never even tried to buy, appeared in my TOS account overnight. It's worth $2.50. Who put it there, and is this a crypto dusting attack? Get the jar on this mystery, please, and thanks. Did you maybe like put in an order when you were drunk or something and forget about it? Yeah, I'm not an influencer. If I am, I'm the worst influencer ever. I spend most of my time trying to get my audience to hate me, and then I never apologize to them. We've begged for merch. Get fucked. This is more of like a financial domination kink channel. Yeah. Wooden pickle kazoo. It was a yodeling pickle, not a pickle kazoo. You've combined two items now. It's okay. Dump into clothes. Well, everyone that's left loves me, right? But that's significantly less than used to be here. To be fair, I said a lot of mean things about GameStop, which really upsets people. Hey, look, GameStop's now under 2250. It's called a niche audience. Noted halitosis. You can't love me too much, little G Wagon. And Bobby, you were even meaner about Bobby. That's true. Yeah. You'd think that like an informed investor would want to hear every side, right? They'd want to hear the bear and the bull case, even if they didn't like hearing it. Speaking of Pontiff, I bet Ugo would have become one had Rev ripped. He had to downgrade his private jet from a Gulfstream 4 to a Gulfstream 3. Ouch. I mean, I warned him about Bobby. I don't think he had that much Revlon. You can say whatever you want. You've taught me how to make money. Well, I always figured the pickle jar would be like a filtering process, right? Like we would have like over exuberant retail. And then, that would consolidate down into like sad retail. And then over time, we would eventually end up with like jaded traders. And we're getting there. It's slow. It's slow. Some of you are still here. Some are in the in between phases. Like Highlander, only the strong will survive. Well, minus Sean Connery and his scimitar katana, Scottish katanas. You just keep telling Dave to wash his hair. You're a monster. I said I wanted to wash his hair. It would have been a really like moving stream, right? Like I just get him in a little tub, get his hair all soapy, and then just, slowly wash his hair while we talk about the markets, high frequency trading, and Citadel. It wasn't even going to be weird, you know? He made it weird. What's the over leverage on deeply underwater May SPY puts range? Are you under like 38.50? Well, after jaded traders, it gets better, right? Jaded traders eventually become traders that don't lose money. Then they kind of move into a state where they make a little bit of money. Then 90% of them quit. But some of them make enough money. I know a lot of traders that have like made enough money to make up their losses, and then they're like, I'm never doing this shit again. And they just walk away. But it's like, but dude, you learned how to make money. How long did it take you to become jaded? I don't know, it was like 5. I just refuse to ever make money. I don't know what phase that is in your chart. What's a stop loss again? Turd, all of your problems in life would have been solved by you buying 7 more days of theta. Was that when you saw your first Teletubby? No. Thoughts on the idea that if you have a decent income, trading is risk free, even if you're bad at it, since it just takes time to write off on taxes, as long as you don't starve, no real loss. I mean, yes, some gamblers are well funded. Ape to jaded trader in 2 Apex cycles. Thanks for speaking the truth, even if some of the public doesn't appreciate it. Too many disingenuous people out there. I too am jaded now. Thank you. You're welcome, JC. It'd be fun to see if you live react to random live trading streams. Just you discussing what they're doing and eventually ending the poll where we guess if you think you're smart or dumb. If you think they're smart or dumb. That sounds like mean. Like what a lot of time to be mean to people. I'm only mean to people that directly confront me. I don't like seek out people to be mean to. Yeah, but one of those is just a bully, right? If I just sold CCs and CSPs, I would be up. CCs and CSPs are awesome. Do you consider people watching the stream as confronting you? I mean, only if they like assert really stupid ideas, which happens with people watching the stream sometimes. Close my 421 GME $22 call for a 70% gain on the GME low. Dumb to sell them again on a bounce. If it bounces, probably 421. I mean, we still have 3 days of SLD. I don't think that's dumb. I mean, careful, but also it would depend on how high it bounced. The Earth is flat though. Yeah, like the Earth is flat guy. I mean, if people like on Twitter, right? Like if people are gonna attack me with their idiotic ideologies, yeah, I'm gonna say something. But I'm not like looking for those people. I'd like to pretend they don't exist and I could have more faith in mankind. How likely do you see continued downside after SLD? I mean, it'll probably depend on the macro data that comes out and earnings, right? Mega cap earnings are going to have a huge influence on that. How does a person never look at a horizon in their lifetime? That was your first mistake. Never have faith in people. True. Gary Gensler question. What about him? Your thoughts on Gensler? Do you think there have been other chairmen of the SEC that have done more for retail? Man, the guy's only been there like 200 weeks or something, right? Relax. 120? I don't know. I think it's like 100 and something. Peace, my brother. I don't think he's really done anything yet, right? I think they've put forward some stuff and that got shot down, right? Everyone seems to hate him. I don't know why. I don't know why anyone gives a shit about him. He's the fucking head of the SEC. Who cares? Why's everybody got to get their fucking knickers in a twist about what the head of the SEC is doing and isn't? Here's the problem: most people, the real fundamental issue here is that most people think that the SEC is there to protect them, like like a beefy like stock market lumberjack. That they can just snuggle in the SEC's arms and go to sleep feeling safe every night. The SEC is there to ensure that the markets remain efficient. And that's not always actually, that's almost never in the best interest of retail. But retail is not important in the markets. They're a small minority of the amount of money that gets traded. They just think they're important and want to feel like they are, right? Answer this, Shill Daddy. Why is Ben Affleck your mortal enemy? He's one of the few celebrities to actually smoke cigarettes in public, not caring if people think it's bad. Plus, he's good in every movie that centers around him, a garbage person from Boston. Peace and love, bro. I just don't like. I don't think he's that good of an actor. I think he's kind of annoying and a bit of a prick. Isn't like 90% of the Russell 3000 are below their daily 200 MA? And so all of their recovery is just in mega caps. All of the recovery is in like 8 mega caps. It's it's another word for underwear, not unwear. Wait, there's a beefy stock market lumberjack. Does he have a phone number? It's private. Because no one wants the trades to go through lit exchanges. Then they need to enact regulation to stop the high frequency traders from scalping all the money in every trade. It's just too much work, right? Why not just let people trade in dark pools? It already works. Why break it if it's not broken? TSM released earnings data preemptively, not Netflix. How do people get this shit mixed up? Donald Trump has launched his second NFT collection. Awesome. Does this beefy stock market lumberjack like shushing by chance? That's possible. You're gonna hedge Netflix earnings tonight? Yeah, I'm already hedged. Girk, learning to set stops has been a game changer for me. Thanks again for the edutainment. No problem, man. Hmm. How are they not gonna push for that? $2 o'clock? I don't know. This is looking less bullish. Except that. That still looks pretty bullish. So just wait. This volume's got to come in at some point, right? Legit, if you're trying to work at any big firms and you want out of the legal field, get a job at the SEC, watch the hub at work for a few years, then go make 500K a year reading filings. It's like 250 to start, all right? Unless you're high up in the SEC. I don't mean get out of the legal field, but really just get out of legal practice. Yeah, that makes sense. Are you still of the opinion we're gonna fall off a cliff soonish? Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out when. Nvidia gonna cliff dive? What's it doing? Ooh, kind of already is, right? How much did it move up overnight? Ah, maybe. Probably bounce. Market looks like it's gonna bounce. Smaller one though. It's really weird. I haven't seen this many like underwater calls with no effort to grab them whatsoever by this point in a while. You think there's enough juice in a Netflix move to pay off and add the money straddle overnight? It'll probably be pretty directional, right? No, Hazy. Don't think so. At least I don't see any evidence of that. I see a lot of sold calls. Call skews at 11.095. Just kind of like the average, like the lower range average, but it generally doesn't lead to anything. Why would anybody buy puts right now? They're shit. Delta, like the 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 delta skew to the positive sides just because we're still above gamma neutral. I mean, I don't see any calls coming in. I don't I don't disagree that we could run next week, but I don't see any positioning right now that would indicate it. Like there's God damn it. There's 156,000 calls for this Friday and 109,000 puts. And then for next Friday, there's 17,000 calls and 11,000 puts. And for the Friday after that, there's 9,955 calls and 3,300 puts. But if you looked at the put side profitability, like with IV grinding down, puts just suck. They're fucking, I mean, I have like $45 puts for June and they're up like fucking 80 cents. They're up 80 cents right now. And I bought them at the top. I bought them on like 322. Forty-one 50p's overtook the calls. It's just volume though. And that sounds about right. By about 5,000. Yeah. I mean, SLD is generally between like tomorrow and next Monday. That's usually when we see the price action from it occur. With the Fed discount window closing, QQQ should get hit hardest of all as the liquidity gets sucked out. When BTC to 1,000,000? It's going to be a long time. Shit. Hmm. My gut says there's gonna be an overnight upside move. What do you think? Maybe. I don't think it would persist. It kind of be like this morning's. Ooh. Nope. I think this is the last push from SPX. Last shot? Yeah. Last shot to test that 4185 level. Huge buy, hedge. Yeah, possibly. It just blew out the ask. Could be a big options positioning opening, right? Yeah, yes. Do you think there's a good entry for SLD puts on SPX? This is generally the last day for them. Sometimes Wednesdays mixed, but uh we might be close to the top here. Futures are just sitting at 41.75. They're not really selling off. I can't hear you, but MOASS? No, not MOASS. No. I might want to take a long term look at McDonald's. They're trading at like a 5-year high. I don't want to short McDonald's. I mean, like, I want to short McDonald's, but I don't want to short McDonald's. You feel me? Are QQQ puts better play than SPY puts? If there isn't enough capital to play SPX. I mean, they can be. QQQ tends to be a little more volatile than SPY. And you don't have to worry about like oil pumping and slowing the drop, right? Or energy. Well, you have to worry less about energy. I don't know. QQQ generally outperforms SPY to the downside during SLD, but I don't know how much. I've never gone back and estimated it. I will continue to short McDonald's until the McRib comes back. QQQ 300 424 premium is basically free compared to shorting directly. Is that your thought when you got those? No, I just want to spend $400. Success. Holy fuck, this is boring as hell. If this is it, this is gonna drop. Like, this is the fucking push. It's just them beating their heads against fucking 4175 on ES. We still have a gap on SPX near 4100, April 12th through 13th. Yeah, I know. I've never watched Succession, I don't think. Or maybe I have. Weekend 4 tickers reminds me of the good old days when it was just GME, but it would also swing $40 a day. I miss that too, Carl. That's why we play SPX, because it swings $40 a day. Sometimes more. What furry costume are you wearing tonight? So Carl doesn't match and make things awkward. Ugh. Any thoughts on farming REITs during a recession? But short them first. Don't short the mouse either. I had Disney Plus subscription and used a prepaid card for it. I didn't cancel the membership. And they put a debt of $6 on my credit report a month later. How? How the fuck did they know who you were? If you used a throwaway card, how did they know like your social security number in order to what the fuck? That seems like a gross violation of your privacy. Oh no, the sound isn't matching the camera output. Yeah, it's a little delayed. The NSA told them. You know, Popcorn Trader, it's not a quantity contest. Pump it. Let's go. Who's the most knowledgeable person here? Oh, I treat my options knowledge like I treat my women and my food. Quantity over quality. I see. It's true. You do. You like to have large numbers of options. Since you've proved time and again that you can see the future, what is SPX going to close at today? It's either going to close at like 41.63 or it's going to close at like 41.27. What's the theory on QQQ 300Ps? Oh, I had an extra $400. What's up, Gert? Getting a quick reprieve from the support call. What's the word on the street? Hamburglar. Yeah. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. I'll take 41.27 for 80%, Alex. You can't just say the word. Now the word needs to be changed. No, it doesn't. I already told him hamburglar. Disliked. Thanks, Popcorn Trader. How do I actually get people to buy my May 19th Express covered calls? I find that making a sign and having someone at a mall spin it for you attracts the most customers. Sometimes I'll put an ad in the penny saver. Is 519 too much theta for SPY 408p that I'm only holding for SLD? Am I being needlessly conservative and thus limiting my gains? Possibly. Only time will tell. Ha! I mean, you're in a really good spot if it keeps dropping after SLD, right? I wasn't going to buy any Express, but it looks like they're almost out of shares to borrow on iBorrow. Looks like I'm playing another casino game. I've had good luck putting ads in Auto Trader magazine. Oh, okay. Don't they require that you provide a picture, though? I'm not sure if you saw my question earlier. On a solid 200 BPS drop, are VIX puts a decent idea, knowing they keep pushing it down? I'm not convinced on big April OPEX, but I want to plan ahead. Um, no. I mean, the VIX expiration is tomorrow morning. So VIX expiry for the month is tomorrow morning. Usually VIX gets kind of volatile after that, even if it's been down for a while. My ads and penny saver for SSTCCs has brought my cost basis up. Damn. Well, that's true, Dork. I didn't think about that. I hope whoever was buying ES and 100 blocks 10 minutes ago dumps everything at once. I mean, I'd be okay with them buying more blocks, maybe like 1,000 blocks at a time, and then dumping everything at once around 320. Gork, are you playing GME OPEX? Not really. I mean, if it runs and IV spikes, I'm just gonna try to sell more covered calls. I don't mean to alarm you, but Bobby is now 32 cents. Is this MOASS? Keep chasing that dream, buddy. You kind of sound like Badger from Breaking Bad with your strained voice. Just kind of funny because you were talking about spitting sign advertisements, helicopter, something. Badger. I can't think of who that is. I work for a brokerage firm and Bobby holder of one share. I was wondering where his proxy materials were. What bright, due diligent investors these Bobby holders are. But he has one share and he purchased it on the date of record. That's amazing. You should get him some proxy materials from somewhere. Do you think Jimmy drops below 21 this week? I mean, I hope so. For those of you watching Express at Home, that last vol candle, that was McPosterson Family Office in action. Thoughts on Marzocco Mini or Espresso? I mean, they're awesome, but they're super expensive. Like, they don't do anything special. They're just really a lot of money. What are you going to swap GME for if it's dead and SPX is too expensive? I mean, it's not dead, it's just less interesting. And I already have other stuff. I have like Upstart, I have BTU, I have Express. I'm never bored. Dude should just send him swag bags from the brokerage with a Ken Griffin bobblehead and some used gym bat rags. I'd fuck with him, right? I'd send him like fake proxy materials or proxy materials for a different company. I'd like try to find an old filing cabinet that has some old proxy materials and send those instead. I'd send him a receipt for 1 million shares short on BBBY. In your opinion, how many contracts can an OI of 10,000 can be sold at once from one trader? I mean, they could all be sold. You're still targeting 30 with BTU? I don't know. I think I'm just going to hold it forever now that they're doing a share buyback and a dividend. No, not forever. I mean, Cole's only really got like three to five more years left, but I'm going to hold it a while. I don't plan on picking up calls on Jimmy or Upstart unless they see under 8 to 12 respectively, 18 or 12 respectively. Same. I'm 99% sure Disney can't send a $6 charge to your credit report as you didn't sign a contract. I mean, you did. You agreed to terms of service. But you didn't give them, you didn't provide them your like social or anything. I think all of the credit reports that would get hit because their card expired. Yeah, I'm still thrown for a loop by that one. I tried to stop thinking about it. Maybe like stayed at Disneyland like 6 years ago and stole a washcloth. Credit score is fake. You shut your mouth, dork. What if it's AI generated? This Bobby investor also had GME calls at a $30 strike expiring this Friday. He's a special one. He sounds like it. My upside targets for BTU are like 32.47 and 35.60. But if they're going to continue to pump out a dividend, I'll probably just keep holding it. I mean, the company is massively undervalued to their cash flow, right? Let's see how good that yield is when they announce it. What's the Netflix play? I don't really have one. I'm short Netflix, and then I'm slightly long their earnings. China's debt is through the roof. It's very bad. If SPX breaks your line, where can we run to? You know, I don't think it's going to. I thought you didn't play earnings. I mean, I'm not, but they exist, so I have to acknowledge them. I don't want to sell my short position because I got good prices on it. Um, so I just sold bull put spreads. And then, you know, if Netflix doesn't go up, I'm fine. And then if it does, you know, I'm also fine. What do you think is a good entry point for BTU given their recent announcement and whatnot? It's gonna be harder to get it in that lower range moving forward, but I don't know, maybe like 20, 22, 50, 23. They have earnings coming up too. I think end of this month, right? What's your average on Bud? I think it's like 23, 23 and change. Let's say high 23s, somewhere in there. Like 20, might be like 23.75 or something like that. Or 63. 63.75. Sorry, I'm still thinking about BTU. 63.75. I bought it like a couple days ago. I plan on catching a dip on BTU. Keep an eye on earnings. In your respected and always humble opinion, is there anything worth entering a long position, or just wait for a market correction? Uh, unless you can afford to DCA in the event of a market correction, probably not. Treasuries are nice. It's gonna hard to beat. It's gonna be hard to beat that 4.2% over the next 2 years. It's gonna be the last pump for the day. I'm gonna average down my Friday expiries. Thoughts? Might not be a bad idea. What's this looking like? Uh, hmm. Still a lot of out of the money calls open. Right now, the current put call ratio is 2 to 1, and tomorrow it's 3.8. So almost 4 to 1 puts to calls tomorrow. Friday's 2.27. I'm up $17 on the day. Congratulations, Popcorn Trader. You've done it. You're now a professional. Did you just buy shares outright on Bud? Curious what the trigger was to get in it. It dropped off of its uptrend because of some fucking stupid protest. It seemed like a good point to grab some. Also, we're going into a recession. Bud's a good buy. Their yield's not the greatest, but their growth in a recession tends to be really good. I'm prepared to like average it down if it falls back to like the $60 range. I sold some CSPs for like 30 days out at 62, and some more at 60. Yeah, if you haven't seen the VIX OI expiring tomorrow, it's pretty insane. I have. It's the monthly expiration. It's usually pretty big. Is June 30th expiration enough theta for SPX 4000P to hit? It should be. I mean, if SPX is going to hit 4000, it'll probably do it before June. CSPs on Bud is what I was thinking. Yeah, I wanted to get a position locked in just in case. I mean, it's even right now it's like $3 down from its local high. I mean, I think the market's gonna dump. I'll just sell some like in the money cover calls at like 62 or 60, right? Would you be down to play Mario Kart 8 Deluxe with me tonight? No. Recession, alcoholism. That helps get through the recession. Thanks for finally shorting GME again. Are we buying Nordstrom's? Why? Why is everyone all interested in buying Nordstrom's? I have no desire to buy Nordstrom's. When RC bought Nordstrom's, I sold my Nordstrom's, and then I bought puts, and that was great. I don't want to buy it back. Maybe at like $12. SPX rally into close? I don't think so. I think they blew their load. The future sellers were too much for them. Shit's getting like bearish now. That is not a rally. I mean, it's a bear. It's it's rallying into the puts, you know? Would you be willing alleviate the burden on Hollywood writers' shoulders? An original script concerning you and the hunt for the first Bitcoin. I'll fund the production, but we're gonna have to release it as a short film at Cannes. If it doesn't win enough it's never even gonna make it to a streaming service though. What is Max Payne on SPX today? Who gives a fuck? Probably somewhere around like 4060, 4160. I really don't know, but I'm sure it's shitty. Uh, It says 4130. I don't see it though. Maybe. That doesn't really make a lot of sense with the current OI. Oh, because they only update it in the morning. Max Pain only updates once a day. That's why it's fucking useless. 127.50 is like the fast gamma neutral. Futures not falling though. Yes they are. Futures just went from 41.80.75 down to 41.70 in like the last two candles. I don't know if I really expect us to crash right now or come anywhere close to that. Actually, I think if bonds start going up, the market will rocket again. Until that can't happen anymore. Express at 90 cents. Cool. I bought some baby bulls for that last pump and they got slaughtered. I sold my baby bulls on that last pump and they sucked, but they didn't die terrible deaths. Mine still shows 41.80.25. Maybe slow to react. You have 15-minute delayed data. If bond yields dropping, yeah, I mean that's a move going up. Gold's back up today. What's the SPX put call ratio for what day? So cutting May 19s are down is probably better than to continue averaging down. On what? May 19 what? I jump back from jobby job, called here, bonds go up, market will rocket again. What's the timeline on this rocket? Is SLD going to be affected? No, I don't think so. Yields are still really high right now. Do you have IBKR or Thinkorswim? They should have EOS. For free on mobile. Yeah, go read The Intelligent Investor. I'm not going to explain to you the function of bonds in the market real quick. Yields up, bond prices down, right? Equities up. This is the general correlation. Yields down, bond prices up, equities down. Normally. Currently, equities anything, bond prices down. Do you expect OPEC cycles to continue during the stock crash? No. If one were to happen. That's a big, big speculative if. What's the most degen leveraged instrument one person could buy? I don't know, like 100 to 1 leverage Bitcoin futures? Probably. $500 to 1 FX. Yeah, that's pretty degen. 50x Doge. That's just stupid. Megaphones are usually bearish. On indexes, they're usually bearish. Why, you might ask? Because volatility is generally inverse price on indexes. Not always, though. In the last few days, we've had several megaphones that have broken up. In the EU, they limit retail to 30 to 1 for FX. To get 100 to 1 and more, you need to find a broker regulated in the Bahamas or South Africa. Huh. Lame. Hmm. Maybe get some more momentum to the downside or clown rally into close. No idea. There's some put profit taking here, which, the bulls are going to try to leverage. If they're successful, then we'll move up. If they're unsuccessful, then we'll break down. Would you say that the odds of SPX dropping during SLD are favorable? I would. I'm sure with the cost basis of 41.35, hopefully we'll revisit at least 40.80. Yeah, I think to the downside, like somewhere between, well, at our current price. Yeah, probably somewhere between like 40.50 and 4100. 40.65. 40.65, 40.25. I guess from our price right now, from 41.50. Same target for ES? No. I mean 200, 300 BPS, sure, but not the same target price. What's your plan with the Nvidia weeklies? Nothing. Hmm. The 1 hour here does not look bullish. Yeah, this is about at the this is about at the top. Yeah, the downtrend's not really picking up any steam. 15-minute looks bearish as fuck. Daily doesn't look so hot either. SPX 4140 only 70 cents. Yeah, no. They're cheap. I don't think this is gonna work out. Mm. Call pump. But where's the pump on ES? I picked up a couple of VIX 30Cs with a couple of weeks of theta. What could possibly go wrong? Literally everything. Is it a big bear chop or something? I was on the phone and bought some weeklies right before the dump. I wasn't expecting it to go back up so fast, though. I don't really think it went back. I mean, it didn't go back up nearly as fast as it dropped, right? Slow day today? It wasn't bad. It was kind of fun. Ah. Why does it not let me, like, move it freely? Hmm. There's not nearly as much speculation going into Tesla's earnings as I would have expected. You lose 270p on the test of 280 was not a bad idea. I'm also a bit of a trader, if I say so myself. Nice. Why do people keep asking me what fucking max pain is? What if I haven't discussed max pain on anything in like a fucking over a year? Why would you use max pain when you have gamma neutral and delta neutral? But max pain doesn't matter. Max pain 3 greater than max pain 2. Hmm. Interesting. Damn, Russell's getting fucking murdered today. Hmm. Remember you're playing Tesla earnings, right? Just watching it. I closed my puts on it today. I'll reopen later. Is this because of the website that updates max pay throughout the day, however incorrectly, that they can refresh, whereas they can't refresh DNGN on stream? I mean, max pay shouldn't change throughout the day either, right? You only get the one OI update. Unless it's just estimating OI with volume, but that's stupid. Gork penis? Maybe. We gotta see if the bulls shoot their load right here. VIX crime, scam, always. VIX stole my car and banged my dad. You could have just bought puts on it. I'm holding my VIX 1P for MOASS. This is gonna get interesting if it slips. There's not a lot of call interest below 41.50. What do you think, Dork? Future sellers come in and just dump and destroy all these zero DTEs? Do you think the use of child labor in states like Iowa can help stem labor side wage inflation? No. Imagine being the boss of children. I had chances to make 30%. I lost, but only managed to not lose more today. A chance to make back. Sorry to hear that, man. April last year. Am I the only one around here that still sells zero DTEs at like 20% gains? No. I feel like most people are okay with making 20% on zero DTEs. I usually am. Although these end of day ones are more of a YOLO as the call side breaks down here. I wonder how hard it'll break down into close. These are the real questions, Coral. The other real question is, are you buttering yourself up tonight so I can bake you like a sugar cookie? Have some 4135s in case. But kind of hoping to pump to buy more SLD puts. We'll see what happens. I think the call side's starting to break down a little bit. Your ascending wedge didn't do anything. Well, it broke down a little there, and then it bounced. Would you rather be the boss of a bunch of 15-year-olds or 65-year-olds? Oh. What about 30-year-olds that act like 15-year-olds? Glaze that man like a cinnamon roll. Sorry, I knew you said this, but I didn't write it down. SLD expected range between 40-70, 40-30, give or take a bit. 40-65, 40-25, give or take a bit. That's the minimum expected range. This market has made a flubber after 3 p.m. Yep. Technically and fundamentally, this looks bad, so up. It's only one way to go. What's your low GME price target for this SLD period? I don't know. I mean, I'd like to see GME back below like 1650. At least I'll have to go there before I buy any more calls on it. 15, 65-year-olds. That sounds like a great time. They'll have stories. They can impart wisdom upon me. Didn't draw the wedge wrong. The wedge was exactly where it was supposed to be. Mm-hmm. $16.50 within the next month on GME sounds like really aggressive shorting. How likely do you perceive that? I don't know. It seems reasonable to me. How's that really aggressive? We're only at $21 right now. Come on, where are the future sellers at? Dump this shit. There's no volume. Just crush all their fucking positive gamma. Collapse. They're just like gamma ramping SPX into the end of the day every day. And then the gamma collapses the next morning and the market drops like a rock. And then they do it again. Over and over and over. It's what's most profitable for everyone. I mean, yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good money if you catch both sides. Classic head and shoulders on the VIX. Big tree gonna fall hard. Yeah. Well, that call interest sells off right now. It's gonna go down, big down. Oh, there's the future sellers. Sell more. Sell like 50,000 contracts all at once. Drive this shit down to like fucking 4150. There's nothing underneath us. Like there's no bullish call anything anywhere. Sub 4150. I think if we go below 4135, the market just turns into Tom Petty. Dad. What? That joke could go both ways. Is there a chance we get SLD similar to May 2022? I would stop making fun of Carl's low T for a $500 dip in 6 days. That'd be cool. I would not complain. It's not a little buy volume. It's an absolute fuck ton of buy volume. Hey, Greg, if you had made 20 CAC on GMA, would you buy them back and rolling further out and down be a bad idea? Or should I wait to see if we cycle again? Why would you buy them back when they're not out of the money yet? You're just trying to drum up some more credit for puts? A, a basis point is 0.01%. So when you say 200 BPS, it's 2%. Dip into end of day. We'll find out. I'll say this much. The call side is trying very, very hard not to allow that to happen. Although I don't know if future sellers give a fuck. No, 200 BPS is 2%. Most of the downside movement happens in after hours for SLD. Not always. Some of it can, though. Usually there's like one big after hours move somewhere in the time period. The cool kids are calling them beeps now, not BPS. I've heard people call them bips. How does Popcorn Trader even get dressed in the morning? I've often pondered this when he isn't in this chat. Oh, I assume he has someone that dresses him. No? I picked up some near the money VIX calls. Was that a good idea? Well, you'll find out. Is there such a thing as a total return swap on the VIX? I'm sure, yeah. My wife helps me choose my clothes, and all my shoes are Velcro. Nice. I pronounce bips as blowing a raspberry with a hi hat on the end. Like, no. What's the shortest amount of time you've been at a company? Like, fucking 2 days? I started a new job with my dream aerospace company, making good money, but it's not everything it was hyped up to be. Sorry to hear that. Life's full of little disappointments. Oh, instead of I see. Popcorn Trader gets dressed by laying on his back in his underpants, his legs sticking straight up, throwing his pants in the air, and wears whatever ends up on those legs in the end. Rut row SPX finish shart. No. It's finna just sit flat here and do nothing for a minute. Fucking dull. Jesus. Spy fighting for its life. Call buyers are fighting for their lives. Jesus Christ, they're buying so many like 4150s and shit. The end of day is so wonky now. Zero DT nonsense is fucking ridiculous. Like, I love them, but they should really get rid of them. This was a terrible experiment. If zero TTs didn't exist, I'd still have money. Just wait until they release 30-minute options on SPX. That'll be really fun. How dare you, Girk? How dare I what? Yeah. This price action pre SLD has December vibes. We'll see. Yeah, 1 DT is fine. 0 DT is bullshit. Can the Fed buy ETFs or derivatives of stocks or VIX? Yeah. They generally don't, but they could. I think JPow's buying these calls. Thanks, Nonzo Guns. I appreciate it, man. When is the government going to buy Jimmy to prevent contagion and give us all Funko Pop with our tax returns? Doesn't look promising so far. Fuck, man. The struggle to stay above 4150 is kind of funny. Let's hear your SLD prediction. I already made it at the beginning of the week. About a 0 DT strangle. This is why the market is just not moving. I'm sorry. You bastard. SPX on the 15-minute is truly inspirational today. I think they needed to close it like even every night. Otherwise, they get fucked out of all the 0 DT calls they buy in the morning. The daily value, the daily notional value of trading in 0 DT options has grown to about $1 trillion, according to JP Morgan. This was in February. I think it's more than that now. VIX is kind of working its way uptown. Overnight straddle, hedging puts tonight. Ah, fuck. I don't know. Maybe if we drop below 40.50, but probably not. Does Horizon Zero GT mean we'll never get a crash? Not not never. It's just harder to crash. When was the last time the SPY closed this flat? It's been a while. Today's another perfect day where both calls and puts are down. The funny thing is, this is so fucking like weak, right? If someone just sold a bunch of futures, the like $500 million in calls right now that are being bought would just be crushed. They've done it before. What do you do with cattle? Beef? Call someone for the future and make it happen. See if they do or not. Straight into the slaughterhouse. I think if they rug pulled the 4150s and 60s right now, they could probably get the market down to like at least gamma neutral by close. That and the massive sell off in calls would probably spike VIX pretty hard. $41.15. Or well, that's what it was this morning. The market almost crashed at 345 today. That was fun. The rip's been a bunch of like zero DT call buying, which isn't really netting a lot of upside price action, but it's keeping it above 41.50. I think he's talking about this. Like this bounce back, I guess. If I was JPM, I would sell futures to crush these calls and get whoever's ancestors I couldn't get by sinking the Titanic. Looked like it was headed for 4140, but pulled a reverse Uno card. But it was headed for 4140. And then, yeah, very much. Lots and lots of call buying came in. Jimmy's looking for some calls in the near future. Maybe just a little bit, kind of, maybe. I'm feeling like being hurt again, I'm not getting them yet. I refuse to buy calls. What typically happens on 1-2 days after the monthly expiration on VIX? VIX usually moves up. QQQ April 300p or $5 each. I know, I have 50 of them. They're 8 cents. Well, 7 cents. $3.50 rug pull. VIX is ready. I have no idea how high VIX will move. It usually moves up during SLD, like, nominally. It's generally not very big this week, but like it can move up a few points. These sick fucks keep buying more. Fucking buying calls and the price is going down. Stop buying them. Just give up. Let it go. You're not convincing anybody it's a bull market. The real question is how low will Dixie go? I mean, low enough that you get some feet picks. I think they're convincing some people. Associate of mine believes it's time to start buying. Well, are you gonna laugh at him if he's wrong? Can we have a moment of silence for all of the options that expire every day? You know what? Yes. Oh, look, they fucked it up. Someone tripped. That guy from Susquehanna was running full speed to the box. Player error. Thanks for Cotterberry. Sorry, guys. I dropped a pepperoncini on the keyboard. That's okay. As long as you come back in strong and keep buying those 4150s. Don't let those slip. If the 4150s slip, this whole thing's fucking fucked. So you remember on like those Sega controllers where they had the turbo button? And you would just like repeat an action really, really, really fast? It's like someone's holding down the turbo button on 4150 calls. This is gonna be some of the weirdest fucking action I've ever seen in the markets. Check out the volume on At the Money Spy 0 DTE. I know. That's fucking crazy. Look at the fucking volume on 4150s. It's just rocketing up. Tomorrow's Wednesday, my dudes. Clown bus arrived. Is Spy being seller boxed? No. Uh-oh. Nope. Never mind. What do you feel about SPX 4130 Tuesday DTE puts? Today? Oh, you mean next Tuesday? Seems fine. What's up, Johnny Diamond Hands? How you been, dude? What does the abnormal volume indicate? That it is abnormal is not a solid answer. I mean, it indicates somebody doesn't want SPX below 4150 today, right? You still straddling? Fuck, I don't know. All that call gamma, and that's an awful lot of call gamma that's gonna fall off the chain. This is like the definition of one more day. Best part of today, daily candle is a red upside candle. Fucking SPY, same like GME. It's gonna dump like a truck overnight. We'll see. The futures markets are not the same, obviously. I'm 2100 April 25 at 9. Let's go. Let's dump. Wait, what? You have April 25th, 2100 puts? Aren't you worried that they'll just pump it again with futures overnight? I mean, I might buy like a ES contract. It's it's so much easier just to buy like one futures contract overnight than it is to buy like fucking 30 calls at close. The call gamma at 4160 is 3.1 billion, dork. I know. For zero DTs though. I'm at 4100. Oh, okay. That's not as bad. Full on casino full of meth heads. Some impressive shit. All right, maybe now I'll buy a couple calls. Retail. There are zero DTEs. Am I right? Wait till the market crashes. And they're like, oh, yeah, it's because retail bought all these puts. They were buying cheap puts with 0 days to expiration. Ding, ding. Only buy puts. Don't give in to these manipulators. It's okay. I didn't fill. All right, so VIX up a little bit into the end of the day. Still sub 17. SPX closing out at 41.54.76. About 8 BPS up from open, which is fucking pathetic. And a buy side imbalance of what was that? 1.2 billion. GME pretty much straight down today. So we're starting to see a little bit of that arbitrage resolve. This big dump in the market today really helped clear up some liquidity. It looks like as SLD progresses, we're going to be seeing a little bit more downside. Yeah, a little bit of easing on the liquidity, not much, but a little bit. Um, let's see. Let's check out our SPX chart here. So we're getting very close to SLD beginning tomorrow morning. And then remember, that's going to carry out through Monday morning of next week. We're starting to fail the second test here. Hopefully that gives us hopefully a solid test of the downside of this wedge, or we fall back to the long-term trend here. We'll see what happens overnight tonight. I'm sure a lot of it'll be driven by Netflix's earnings, right? And then tomorrow we have Tesla. Um, we're still pretty significantly above our fast gamma and gamma neutral zone, which is down here at around 41.15, 41.22. And then depending where we land tomorrow, we can expect either 200 or 300 BPS from that point for the SLD period, somewhere in between there. Sometimes it exceeds 300 BPS, but rarely. So I wouldn't bet on that. And then from our current price, that puts us somewhere around. Oh, let's see. Uh, 40.29, 40.71, roughly. QQQ. What about it? Oh shit. Nice. Someone was bidding a lot on 41.42 on ES, which pushed the market hard. Yeah, there was a lot of futures buying still. That's died down throughout this week. The strength in the futures market on the bull side has been dying off for a while. Bye bye Netflix. Yeah, yeah, Netflix down 10%. Ooh, my puts. Fuck yeah. Quarter one Netflix miss. I hope that sets the standard for the rest of these quarter one earnings, because this market's bullshit. Heading into battle tomorrow, feeling pretty solid. It's been fun as always, brother. Have a great night tomorrow. We drill until we dine in hell. Fucking A, Celtic Mako. Hold on, I wanna look at Netflix die. Nice. Netflix operating margin 20%. Down, down, down. Netflix EPS 288, estimated 286, revenue 18.6, estimated 18.18. That's a big sell off for what's relatively a narrow miss. Netflix forward guidance with AI written movies. No one wants to watch that garbage. Netflix beat EPS. That doesn't seem to matter when their gross margins are down. Set your stops. Well, maybe tomorrow. We'll see where it ends up. Wouldn't Pi-Fi AI stream? I wish. On like days like today, where the end of the day is just fucking nothing but chop. Believe me, I wish I could replace myself with an artificial me. You shouldn't have canceled Cowboy Bebop and Space Force. I don't care if it recovers. I have like 330 puts and 325s. Netflix drop good for VIX? Could be. Cleveland, St. Louis, Minneapolis Fed bank boards had wanted 50 BPS hike and discount rate ahead of March Fed meeting. Oh shit. All right. Well, I think that's about it. We'll start to see what happens tomorrow as the rest of this continues. Thank you guys for tuning in and have a good night, everybody.